riconosce sia nella minima parte delle leggi di natura che regolano la materia. La legge di attrazione e di repulsione può venire modificata, ma non con meccanismi fisici, ma puramente mentali.
Hi. What's up, Connor? What's up, iQueer? Welcome. Let's do some debugging today, indeed. Time to just sit here and wait. Hopefully, we hit that crash. I was told the crash was around between 7 and 11 minutes in. So I don't know if that's... I don't know what it's related to is the thing. It doesn't look like we're hitting it now. Oh, there we go. Access violation when reading is a bunch of zeros and then an 8. How do I figure this one out? What's up, Luciferius? Sometimes it is depressing to see the game not crashing. Now is not one of those times, as the game definitely did just crash out. What function am I looking at, though? It's a plugin function. I mean, I guess I can just grab the ERR file, but I don't know that it'll be here. This is the latest fault address. Or was it? Oh no, this is from tileset stuff. Where do I get the dump? I don't think I've ever done anything like that before. Holy shit. This is super high up in the code. Apparently. What the fuck? I think you're missing something. There's nothing here. Access violation when reading this address, which gives me nothing. I can follow label, but that doesn't send me anywhere. There's no, I don't know where, like what function you're talking about. The only fault address I have here from yesterday, this is the fault address from multiplayer, pretty sure. It goes to the middle of nowhere. Oh, I have no idea how to go back to that. How do I go back? My caffeine's still kicking in, so. Tismatic. Did it actually show me something different? I think it was just showing me the same stuff that was in the, Alright, I'll just attach. Redo it. We'll see if we are. But we haven't finished Doom 2, so it'll be that. We'll find out momentarily. But yeah, I guess it probably would be. Didn't happen this time, SMH. I assume it's more obvious when there's more Terrans running. I could probably run the other AIs in this map to increase the likelihood of it occurring. So hold on. Oh, I already did do that. What the fuck? Why? What did you find? Alright. So I guess I'll just grab this function then. Umber. Of course it begins with you. Why wouldn't it? I like how it says ready in the bottom left. It's lagging so hard it doesn't even know that it's not ready. Fake fucking news. Why, this is the only project manager that can handle GPTPs beyond me, man. That's a real death knell in and of itself. We have to use this bloated piece of software. Calling something a piece of software should be a worse insult than calling something a piece of shit, to be honest with you. Well, in the more comedic slant of the Hydra multiplayer stuff, like the Deerfucker campaign and whatnot, I'm going to have some really psychotic AI personalities that are based off of personalities that I'm observing in these tests. So of course there's like the default like Hydra Basilisk Connor guy, and then there's going to be the typical noob move of trying to take as many bases as possible on islands and stuff to get 12 battlecruisers and roll the map with those. There's gonna be a lot of really dumb shit. You'll see. I do want to make a DF AI at some point that just harasses people with Zerglings and tries to expand to behind the harassment. Alright, let's see if we hit a crash or not. I think it's too late. Oh, okay. See ya. Well, a good first start. Hey! You failed to stop them from stacking buildings. Outlive drive. Eventually we'll have more graphics, don't worry. Oh yeah, Iquare, I was gonna ask you what you might implement next as far as new game state tech. It's like we need science vessel ability, we need the future station functionality, we need the ghost ability, the Zazel stuff, mutation pit stuff. We need all sorts of stuff. What is the Aatrox Junker? I did have a request from UED to make a shadow for this, which is a recolor of something else. So if this is the Junker, I can send that to you. I think all the stuff that you implemented is stuff that we don't see for a while. I mean, I guess exemplars would be in Vzergo 2 and Vzergo 1, so they could come in. And you also added the their ability to idle tactics, which is nice. I guess the biggest issue is justifying spending time adding stuff when there's so many bugs that we still need to fix. That's probably difficult to do. Like, we can't really... At least until the AI stuff that's in italics on the task sheet is taken care of. Like, I still haven't checkmarked the drone unit mover functionality thing because you said you had to do a complete rewrite of that hook before it was fully operational. Oh, you know that, yeah, that build queue script command thing is also a big priority, especially for AI like what I'm doing now, where I'm trying to make generic AI, you know, general purpose AI. No, Azazel is not just defensive matrix. Keep up with the times, motherfucker. Just like I added a new ability to the Ghost and to the Science Vessel. Well, the new ability for the Ghost replaces Lockdown. But the Azazel has Sublime Shepherd. emits a cloud cover that provides a +1 armor bonus to all units within 96 pixels of the craft. The armor bonus lasts after 2 seconds, or after targets stop receiving it. The bonus can stack. Oh yeah, and its reactor discharge passive also needs to be implemented. Yeah. Well, I figured you were gonna smack it. What is left for Overlord right now, anyway? That's like plugin related. I remember, yeah. And how they're all used to this day. Build queue will be nice, tech queue eventually. Although that's pretty niche by comparison. Alright, so that's done. We fixed that crash, that's good. What else was on my list? I was thinking about doing some more work on this map, but aside from making a better unbuildable tile up top here to replace this ugly mess that we have, and outside of a couple of small tile issues like the structure ramp blending on the other side. Hold on. It's like over here. And over here. I guess all of the cliff tiles in general for structure need to be done over. But outside of doing all that, I mean, not really much to do, right? So I'm thinking, oh yeah, there was like fixing up that 2-tiered bridge. There's like this terrain block and stuff. So I could spend some time doing that if I wanted to, but I don't want to. So. Yeah, when you can get AI to find some logic for, what's the term, like, all right, so basically, right, what I want to see is, I want to see AI that can do the same kind of stuff that DF does with Zerglings, where he'll harass them, like he'll harass a player with Zerglings, and when you know, the engagement becomes dicey, he pulls those Zerglings back, takes reinforcement Zerglings, and wraps them around to flank, and then puts the original Zerglings back in, or like flanks them both, like rotates them both around. I want to see shit like that out of AI. At least something in that direction. I think that'll be good. Is that for the FPS, or for like, it looks like multi-level would be 3D or something, but I'm not sure. Where did I put those crevices? Oh, I see. Conceptually speaking, this map is, I think, okay. But I also think that there's a lot of stuff that I can improve upon.
Waves are crashing on my mind as I plunge into the ocean of myself.
Yeah, I want to change some stuff up about this map. I feel like a lot of it was primordial.
As the sun sets on the land of sand, I hold my breath as a mermaid takes my hand.
I mean, the map has been in various states of operability before, but I never felt super compelled to work on it for whatever reason. I definitely think the Zerg bases need to be reimagined. In particular, Arak feels really in a really shitty place. I almost wonder if I think I could rework it so that Gorn and Arak start like side by side almost. Like maybe a little bit further apart than these two bases, but something close to that. I think that could be neat. Is that you, Mage? Or is this another Korean gentleman? I don't have your avatar to remind me, because I'm using a different chat this time. Yeah, the cyclical improvement stuff is like very much a... I like it too. It's a slow process, but I think it's important. almost going somewhere with all of these different parts. It's just like, it's too early, you know, and it's too early in the saga, I think. I need to really like rip out most of this stuff and change it up pretty massively. Umber? Listen, why are you obsessed with that? Can't you see I'm working here? All right. We have a taker. Oh, wrong one. Wait, what? Oh, it's on the other side. I got very confused.
The politicians on a mission with oily fingers, and I wanna hear what he has to say.
By the way.
The world today is in a state of disarray. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it anymore. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it anymore. America's woes. America's woes. America's woes. America's woes. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it anymore. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it. We can no longer take it anymore. America's woes.
Umbermaw. Hell yeah. I think it'll be one of the things that I wanted to do is eliminate a little bit of the overhead that the player has to deal with when dealing with relics, and that's definitely going to be a focus. So I think you should be able to click a button when on the hero to purchase to activate the to select the reliquary and probably the nearest reliquary in terms of distance, and and immediately jump to like the purchase or equipped section or something. I don't know how that'll work exactly, but well, if you want to, go for it. There's nothing that would, in theory, hold us back from doing it. We just haven't done it. Don't ask me why. Yeah, I mean, you can also... Like, the idea is you should be able to do most of what you need with regards to the relic system. You should be able to access everything you need from the hero. But the problem is, like, when you have two augments, I think one of the things that held us back from implementing relics is the fact that we didn't have extended buttons. We didn't have, like, extended button sets implemented yet. You actually.
One, two, three, four. So I'm feeling like I'm falling through the gaps in time that you find when you're at the end of your line. And I see her in the rain as regrets reflect from teardrops that she shed when she was in pain. Oh, how I miss when she was around. All the things we found together as the world was turning around. And I think
How did I fuck that one up? Oh, I see.
as she left without a breath, I just think she really rocked. Then I meet her in my dreams, laughing, catching up on all the things we've seen. All alone beneath the willow, the young rabbits cooking cabbage, and the table
Yeah, this is 3v3. Can we take off relics or empowerment is irreversible? You can replace a relic with another relic, but yeah, I don't know that de-equipping it should be possible. I mean, I guess it could be. Like, you revert back to vanilla weapon, armor, or augment spot. I mean, obviously, there's no, like, a default augment behavior. So that, augments should probably be... Well, whatever. You could just make it so that you can unequip all of them, I guess. It doesn't really matter that much.
replaying everything they had, even watching all the moments that were sad.
Alright. Well, the biggest deal is you've got Phoenix and Dagoth. I removed Dagoth's space so that I could rework it. But... Wow. I really suck at aligning this stuff sometimes. Holy moly. Thinking. Okay.
Cutting records in the studio. All I'm asking is
When you select a hero once, you cannot buy another hero even if your hero is killed.
let the show.
I actually think that I may end up pivoting and going, allowing players to
Like an electricity. Oh no, that I can see.
I don't know about allowing them to revive. The thing is, like, you almost want to make them buy a life insurance policy or something if that's the case. Like, there's a relic that immediately revives your hero, but breaks. It's a one-time use. It's like a Ankh of Reincarnation in Warcraft 3, except it recalls your hero back as well. So it's like a instant teleport back home to the closest reliquary, while also saving your hero. I don't think it regenerates them to full health or not. I don't remember either if it does, but some sort of purchase that the player could make to ensure that their hero stays alive might be in order. Alright, I'm skipping the rest of that one. It's a little too noisy for my liking. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like the idea that the player would be able to pick a different hero just because, you know, XD basically. Yeah, you gotta have 4 clown emojis. Clown committee. Otherwise your message gets bopped. The thing is, like, the more special rules you put on heroes, the more gimmicky they become, and the less excited I become about them. So, I'm trying to keep that in mind while I'm conceptualizing what systems will exist for them. Oh wow, there are no blends for that, or oh there are. It's right here. Oh shit, they're upping their ante, making sure you have as many clowns as possible. This is ridiculous. Alright. Think we've done this baby up. What is the new dashboard? I've probably had it for months, so I don't remember a change recently. I dislike the change that they made to Firefox recently, where when you select the address bar, it overlaps with your bookmarks, so just more clicks. I don't see anything different for me. What's up? My name is Lowell. Yeah, this is First Strike. The first mission named First Strike. Not the only one, because Blizzard is very creative. I will never, ever not laugh and ridicule that design decision. Holy fuck. Oh, the creator dashboard. Yeah, that's terrible. For sure. Alright, let's figure out how we're conceptualizing this base. Alright, check this out, ready? So I guess I'm gonna have to move this down as well. That's not the one. I think I found it. Yeah. Doing some restructuring. Mind our appearance during reconstruction. Oh yeah, there was some more questions here. So, will Executor, Artanis, and Phoenix heroes restricted to their respective players or not? Phoenix will start with a hero, I'm pretty sure. Or he'll get it very quickly, like before the players would be able to feasibly in terms of amount of money available, like because Phoenix already starts out with stuff. So Phoenix will actually deploy on the battlefield in the first few minutes. Otherwise, I think I'm going to open up the available hero pool a little bit more from the very first mission. This will be a key difference between this first mission for the Protoss and the first mission for the Terrans, because the first mission of the Terrans is going to only have Raynor and the Magistrate available, and I mean, I think even then I will allow the players to recruit whoever, even though it doesn't necessarily make sense. But in this case, like, we'll have the Executor and Artanis, assuming those are still the players, and we'll probably end up throwing in a couple of other characters or something. Maybe not in the first mission, just to keep the complexity low, but the relic availability is going to be pretty high, I think, so... Yeah, I don't know exactly how that'll work out. We'll have to see about that. Yeah, that's why we needed the expanded button sets. We also need that just so that we can display the button for picking the... what's it called? We needed it for a variety of reasons. We needed... But we definitely needed it for all the hero-related stuff, so that we could have the equipment buttons and whatnot on the Protoss heroes without interfering with any actives or passive tooltip icons or whatever. And then, let's see. What's up, DF? Welcome. Gameplay here today? Probably not. 3v3, then I believe one Protoss AI player would be cheesed by 2 Zergs while the other tech up. Like I was trying to say earlier when I saw that question originally, like many minutes ago. Also, hi Ultralisks, welcome. Phoenix will start out, and Daggeth will start out, and they'll already have some stuff going on, and they're actually going to have early skirmish, like in the first minute of the game or so. And so the idea is that they've already been fighting when you arrive. However, Arak and Gorn are going to arrive at the same time, more or less, that you and the two Protoss reinforcement players arrive. So the idea is that you've got 4 arrivals happening as the battle's already unfolded. And that's going to be interesting, to say the least. So that's more or less where my mind's at with that. In that sense, it's going to be a little difficult to cheese, just because of the fact that we have a bit of a pre-established presence. But which heroes would be available for map 1? I mean, eventually you'll have, you know, Phoenix, Tassadar, Aldaris. Like in the final mission, your whole hero pool will include, I think, everybody in the new game state section. Executor, Artanis, Phoenix, as a Dragoon, obviously by that point. Tassadar and Zeratul. Aldaris isn't listed here, but I suppose he will be eventually. Relics are going in throughout the campaign. Yeah, your number of relics will grow. I'm debating whether or not to have that be a progression mechanic based on bank data, or to be something that just gets expanded as time goes on, similar to your unit tech, where you things just unlock themselves as the tech tree progresses. So yeah, I'm not sure what will happen there. We shall see. What am I looking for? I'm gonna have to restructure some of this anyway, I think. What the fuck? Goodbye. Bum bum bum. Bing bing bong. Well, I think there will be at least a few missions, like, by the time you've reached the end of the campaign, there shouldn't be anything new. You know what I mean? The scale of the map and the number of opponents and the tenacity of those opponents are going to be the things that scale throughout the campaign. So by the time you reach the final Terran mission, for example, there's not going to be tech you've never seen before. I mean, you're fighting Protoss, but you fought Protoss in the mission prior. I might be able to squeeze them into it, make it so that they have at least 3 appearances, because only 2 is pretty slim to expect you to learn all the new shit that they have. But in that environment, right, I actually think that you should have access to all of the tech by maybe halfway through the campaign, or maybe a little bit after halfway, like 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. But there should be like 4 or 5 maps worth of content where there is no new tech, and the new stuff, right, the novelty, comes from fighting AI that is holding nothing back and trying to use all of this stuff to its full potential. That's where I think a lot of the later engagement is going to come from. Oh, that might have been the wrong height level. We'll see what happens about the whole tech tree thing, but that's just my current idea, I suppose. What's up, Ichabod? I'm not sure about warp relays. I think there should be a set of maps or something. Like, the thing is, we're very limited in what we can do, right? with the default campaigns. That's something that I keep running into as far as a limitation is concerned. Is that it seems like we just don't have the I don't know. We're missing something as far as that is concerned. That's for sure. To make it so that it's easy enough to understand what's happening and to learn over time what's going on, what the weaknesses of a certain strategy are. Like, there's not really a lot of room to learn by immersion when there's almost no playtime available against a certain faction or whatever. So, I'm not sure how I'll tackle that yet. I mean, in the original Terran campaign, you fight against Protoss in one map. I've at least added a second time where it makes sense for them to show up. But the fact that that's where you fight them and that's it, it's pretty criminal. So I think I'm just going to have to play a little bit looser with the lore in order to... and not that I was particularly faithful to begin with, obviously. But I think that's probably how I'll have to handle stuff. Really change up how things are presented. And fan retcon, a bunch of things. What an unholy word that is, huh? Magic. DF made an interesting discovery about transmissions. Apparently the length of the transmission, both in-game and in briefing, is determined by the number of samples. Or something like that. Hold on, let me reread what he said. Yeah, number of sound samples in the file, or something. We don't really know why. But if it's a mono WAV, then the limit is 97,392 milliseconds. And if it's a stereo WAV, it's 48,696 milliseconds. Which is why you get those briefing effects, or briefing whatever you'd call them. The briefing shit that just ends up flying off screen, where the text just appears for a split second. That stuff happens because of this bug, more or less. Oh shit. Now there's an idea. Maybe I can still smash them. Check that out. I thought I was going to have to do a lot of unfucking for this area, but it looks like I already magically made it happen. Right, yeah. Not sure exactly. Oh, you're talking about the stacked ones? Yeah, I can do that. I'm just trying to create a bit more cliff space over here. Oh yeah, that's not a doodad. Silly me. Hey, can't do that. What do we got here? We're looking for blend with, yeah, here it is. This is stitched together, man. What a strange life. The fuck? Oh, I don't know what the blend for that one is. That's its own strange behavior. There you go. Got your multi-level cliffs right here. Boom. Let me just make sure the height is good. Alright, we're good. Except for this, apparently. Let me just fix that real quick. Even though these are definitely changing. So we got our feet wet with this map again. Made some pretty sweeping changes to Dagoth's area. I still haven't yet finalized his resources or their placement. I think I'll be messing around with that some more in a second. But I am pretty content with this area by comparison. You know, it feels much more like this mountainous region where a bunch of shit that's kind of unexpected is going down in terms of how the how it all is constructed. What's up, DJ Telos? Rebel Yell for Hydra 1.0. Yes. So you're talking about the very first version that was back in 2018. It is playable, but it's definitely lacking in the gameplay department. So really, it's only like it's like a tech demo of what was possible and remastered at the time. I backported it to 1.16.1, which is the older version of the game if you're not familiar. The version before remastered came out. That was the latest version of the game at the time. That's where I'm also working on right now, is working on this older version for all of my content. So there is a page for installing that if you haven't already. But, like I said, this particular project that you're talking about, the 1.0 version, is not as grand as it certainly could be. A lot of fighting the engine. Just let me know if you need a guide for installing the older version of the game to prepare yourself for that, and I can send that your way if necessary. It's a baby version. Pretty much, like, it's very much more rough around the edges, much less about straightforward gameplay expression. Certainly much less in the way of balance changes and all that stuff, but all in good time, you know? a hidden feature of the height levels being all the same over here. Unfortunately, unfortunate as it is that I can do stuff like this where I can stack this stuff up, and it won't change the res area ID. Oh, okay, so you already have version 161 set up then, if you're playing in Consummate. What's up, Patrick? Welcome. Well, if you think that's enjoyable and hard, you'll feel similarly about Hydra, that's for sure. What I'm hoping to do is make it so that even players who find it difficult, like my new work, my modern work, I'm hoping that players who find that stuff difficult will still be able to say, well, I can see how I can improve, and hopefully be motivated to improve, as a matter of fact, so that they don't feel like it's just, you know, a hopeless battle, basically. But it is targeting a very high skill level, so... Yeah, I wish that we had the ability to do that. I talked with Suicidal Insanity, the developer for SEM Draft, about implementing something like that, and he said that he wasn't interested in doing the work on his end. Which I'm sure was sizable for the request that I was asking. So that's basically going to be his natural, I think, now. At some point I redid all of the doodads too, so I should have access to some of this stuff. But I don't remember if this is... oh, there's two sets. Well, you know what's funny is I'm actually working on an Consummate 2.0 as well. It's just coming along a little slower than expected because of some AI troubles. So, but yeah, I mean, if you feel like you're in the mood for more Brood War content, and you want to see what else I've done, Hydra 1.0 is the only other thing I've released, beyond like map craps and stuff. So, feel free to grab it. Do you already have a download link from my wiki dot? You can actually go to the link in the description of this video, and then there's like a, for the 2018 version of Hydra, click here link that you can grab from there. Hydra 1.0 is, I backported it to 1.16.1 and gave it some small updates from the previous patch. Stuff like using some base layouts here and there, and other small changes. Well, I appreciate that, DJ. At some point, I will be looking for crowdsourcing the voice acting. I paid some people for the female lines and for one of the other Marine takes. or two. I think there was 2 Marine lines that I didn't do myself in the original, and then all of the female voice acting was done by the dropship pilot was like a 1-liner that I paid for, and then the medic stuff was all paid for as well. That was an experience where I had to go. I basically had to settle for less than what I wanted because I didn't want to have to pay for retakes, more or less, because at the time I couldn't financially. But that's one of those things where it really taught me, like, maybe I should just get people who are actually interested in the content and invested in making sure that it's high quality before I go and try to pay people for it. You know what I mean? Like, even though you'd think, like, oh, I'm paying these people, they should do a good job and listen to instruction and stuff. Yeah, that I actually generally get a better job out of people who are just passively, or, well, they're engaged with the content. They want to see it move forward, and they have like a vested interest in making sure it's as good as possible. That's where I get a better result from. So that's basically what I'm going to be relying on for the time being. Oh, I remember this swapperoo that I did by accident. It's pretty funny. Yeah, well, I knew that I wasn't going to be, getting a studio quality recording from a industry vetted, experienced individual. I wasn't really expecting that per se. But I was expecting people to be able to say, hey, since this guy is paying me, maybe I should do a good job? Do what he asked me to do? Like, it wasn't like I was asking for a lot. I just wanted them to do some retakes. And they're like, all right, that'll be this much money. They probably just overplayed their hand and thought I would say, okay, here's your money. And I was like, okay, never mind. And did most of the work myself. It was the female voices I obviously couldn't do myself, so that was where most of the money went into. I think all told, it was under $100 for the whole thing, but it was still, that's like way more than I ever want to pay for. I'm already spending a lot of time, like I'm paying with my own time on these projects. I don't think that an additional financial burden should ever enter into the equation. I made that mistake with a few different things. The first one was voice acting. Well, I guess that was the second one. That was the second time I ever paid for any sort of content. The first one I paid Nave back in the day for some mod changes. I think I sent him like somewhere between $30 and $50. So all told, I've probably been under $150 for my entire life spending on content that I'm making, which is actually a silly number to think about now. Like, I could have invested that into other things, and it's not really a crazy amount of money, but it's enough money that it's like, I feel a little dumb. More than a little dumb about that. Alright. I think this is a better starting location for Daggett. A more thematic starting location, anyway. As far as, like, one of the things that I've really learned from playing these maps in multiplayer with other people, because I really started to conceptualize, like, if I was a player here, because sometimes I am a player in those nights, right? I'll sit there and play, and I'll be like, what position would I want to go to? Like, what would my strategy be? Where would I want to go as far as expanding goes and all that stuff? And that's where I think I still need to re-engineer some of this area. I think I'm going to move this base onto this high ground over here, and thus a little bit closer. But it's more like I'll move it to the left a little bit, but I'm also going to expand the cliff out more. And have like a ramp up over here and a ramp like over here. I'll probably move this temple a little bit down and to the right. This complex I don't mind the existence of, but it should probably be a little bit thinner, and it should probably be a little bit shorter as well, like to compact it a little bit. And there should probably be a meaningful way to path around it too. So you should probably be able to do like a path that goes down here on the medium ground, as well as a path that goes over here on the medium ground, and then there would be like, a thin path over here on the high ground. I think that would be better, and I can pull this cliff out a little bit as well. And I'm also thinking, again, like, how this factors into the rest of the map. I'm thinking Gorn probably needs a position either on the high ground, or I need to work in the temple area over here. I like the idea of this garden, for example, but I definitely think it needs to be fleshed out and a bit more efficient. There's not even any gas over here. Like, there needs to be more going on with this area than what is currently happening. And I also think that the straight line verticality stuff going on here is not spectacular either. So I'm going to need to retool this area pretty heavily. Similar in scale as how I retooled this area. So we'll see how that turns out. Yeah, like Connor says, DJ, we have a Discord server for instant communication. It's a closed community, so when you get in there, there's going to be like a list of other people who have filled out the form. If you go to the pinned message, I don't know if you've used Discord before, there's like a little pin icon on the top right. You can click that. It'll give you the form, and you can fill that out. Otherwise, we also have a forum, which is also in the description somewhere. I don't know where in the description. It might be towards the bottom. If you wanted to do more long-form conversation. That's also closed. You'll have to fill out a form there. But if you fill out the form once and I allow you in, you don't have to fill out the form again. You just have to tell me which one is which. So. Hi, John Smith. How are you? Excellent. Alright, so let's figure out what we're doing here. Like I said, I'm definitely compacting this, so we'll just remove it for now. Pulling that ramp out. I will eventually reshape this whole area to have more jungle and more temple, but I just need to canvas it right now, so it's... Sometimes it's better to just erase everything, so you start fresh. Especially when you're revising content like this. I am indeed American. What a question. Yes, before you ask, I had a cheeseburger yesterday. It's not even a lie, I actually did. It's delicious. This game. Oh, I thought he said this game is his child. This game and your child. Yeah. We're all right there with you on that one. I simply cannot be trusted to align things properly the first time. Always needs to be redone. Epic. Two-leveled ramp. Listen, I made a two-leveled bridge. I made these two-leveled cliffs. Why you guys need so many two-leveled things, huh? We got something going on here. Let's finish the, if you can send me the base graphic, I can do it real quick. I don't know what junker, where the junker is. I could probably find it too, but I'm in the middle of something. Uh-oh. Oh, no! This entire colony must be purged. You're out of alignment. Just make sure. Nice. Well, I guess that had a byproduct of making this much more open. Anyway, so that's fine. Fine by me. My English is bad too, man. Because I'm snoozing. I'm snoozing for a bruising. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. No worries. I actually had to talk to somebody yesterday at work. I was talking to some dude who did not speak any English, really. Like, he sort of understood some of what I was saying, but you could tell when he just gave up because he pulls out his phone and he just pushes a button and makes me talk into it, so it translates for him. A nifty strategy, but I was like, really? This is my life right now? I was not expecting that. Alright, check me out, dude. I made an expansion. Ah! I accidentally made the expansion way too good. Hey, get out of here. Looks like I just had the wrong height brush. Alright, what do we have over here? Bing. Bang. Bong. Oh shit, there's Russians! I am 31 years old. My friend and I play this game on my childhood. Then now we're playing in the computer club, costs 10 rubles. Oh shit. I love hearing about stories from people who had like PC cafes, you know, PC bongs. I feel like if I was in a culture like that, I would love that kind of stuff. I would be in there all day. You know what I mean? It's like a social way to, like, communal way to play video games in a way that, like, it really surrounds yourself with people who are of the same interest. Not very many people enjoyed playing RTS games when I was a kid, so I didn't have that many people who were invested, where I probably would have been able to find more people like that in my childhood if I had PC cafes around here. I'm sure there's some of them existed, but it was like probably in the main city. It was nothing near me. I'll write new AI scripts for Protoss one? Yeah. Yeah, the Russians have invaded a long time ago. They're just hanging now. You know. No problem. So even though this base is like one of those areas where it's very clear, the fuck? Oh, never mind. Hold on. Let me. My brain is too dumb to handle two things at once, right now. So let me finish this. comment, and then or this area, and then I'll finish my comment. Bing. Okay, now what? Can barely see anything. What? Oh. How does that even happen? What did I do? Okay, even though this is a base that's up against a border, which I usually advise against, it's got enough entryways that where you can circumvent that. And it also is not going to have that much build space. Like, I'm going to reduce the build space even more with some other stuff later on. So, it's kind of defensible, but only insofar as, like, it's a little bit difficult to get into the base. Once I have an expanded ramp for, like, expanded version of that ramp, a doubled ramp, I will throw it in there and close the gap a little bit there, expand how much, how easy it is to get up there. But you're also going to see, like, generally speaking, there's not going to be a whole lot of defensibility there. So I don't think it's going to be unbalanced per se. Then Starcraft probably would never have taken off, if that were the case. I don't even know why people view the number of races in Warlords Battlecry 3 or any of the Warlords Battlecry games as an attribute when there's very little in the way of meaning behind the choices there. It's not like there's a huge distinction between all the races. I mean, in half the games, the races use the same buildings or whatever. So it doesn't feel like it was a... I don't know. Doesn't feel like it was realized in the best of ways. There needed to be more distinctions between the factions, and the more you do that, the harder it is to balance. So, well, it's fine in theory. It just usually doesn't work out very well. I see. I think that's also something Texas something. All right. So I think Daggeth's new area is okay. All right. Bye. All right, so it looks like Daggeth was 5. See if workers get stuck there. It does seem like that's what they wanted to do. This is like the same engine. A lot of recycled content. Goes without saying, most of the stuff is not going to be pre-placed. Although this AI will have more. More stuff than some of the other AIs. Okay. Alright, I shall return momentarily. I have to use the bathroom. BRB. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've returned. Imagine signing NDAs. Definitely no testing happening today, because we are still reshaping this map. Yeah, we have two open rooms. Bullying corner and the smoochy room. There's one that we use for recording podcasts that requires one of the crow rolls. Because it's impossible to balance something with that many races, that's why. I don't think there should be any distinction between multiplayer and single player. Like, the different tech availability and the different scenarios that you're playing on and the maps are already a distinction enough. I don't think there should be an additional distinction in terms of game rules. I think that's an anachronism. No, I've planned on having a pool of races that are available in competitive, and probably 4 active at any one time, maybe 5, up to 5. And there won't be sub-factions. There'll just be things that you can opt into differently. The sub-faction stuff would come from tech availability in the campaigns. Like certain factions in the lore would have access to different things. Maybe I wouldn't even do that. The idea that I had for adding more variety eventually was that as the other races were going to be worked on, eventually they would become balanced enough to be placed into the competitive pool. And I'd be able to take one race out, whatever the race that was deemed the most broken or the least balanced or whatever, or needed some work, and I would go back and iterate on that race, and that would happen like a couple times, maybe twice a year. We would take one out and put one in, and vice versa. And all of the races that were ready to be played at the time would be available in unranked multiplayer, like custom game lobbies, arcade modes, and stuff. Oh, Blizzard. He means taking all of the tileset graphics and inverting them, I guess. What a shitty use of that sample. Gorn. Chestnut is Gorn. Arak is down here. Okay, so main thing I see here right now is we need to find some way to facilitate flanks around Gorn's main, right over here. We've got a base over here that can be either Daggeth's or Gorn's, depending on game flow. It's sort of like a neutral territory between the two of them. Definitely going to be a natural south of Gorn, and then a base to the top right that he can take as a safe first or second expansion, depending on what he wants to do. But given the nature of these ramps over here, I can't really justify Gorn being placed so close, so that's why I moved him down a little bit. And we also wanted to deliver on the idea of there being a whole lot of temple stuff over in this area. So. Got all that. Okay. So I think we'll invert what we had going on before, where the players had to go around and build it up top. I think that will be distinct here. What the fuck? Yeah. I wouldn't say he's the only one that's dangerous, but it's fair to characterize him as the strongest. See, ideally, I would like the player to be able to like, as far as the temple thing goes, I think the player should be able to, like, flank around it entirely, but there's not really a whole lot of space on the map for that. So, what do I want to do with this functionally then? Well, I think behaviors are better than active abilities. And switches are, like, the form changes that we've designed are mostly changing the active behaviors of the unit. Now, we might be going too far down that rabbit hole, but I think it's better to go far down that rabbit hole than it is to make a lot of abilities. Generally, point-and-click abilities should be reserved for very few units. And that's why I cut down on so many of them and condensed them into a single ability in many cases. Just made more sense. This whole complex is a nightmare. I definitely need to change that over. That's embarrassing. 1 pixel gap. Gonna have to redo those. It's fine. At least I'll know what the fuck I was trying to do. Alright, that's good, I think. So we've got Gorn and his baby natural area, which also kind of constricts his ability to build a lot of structures. So there's like an offset there where I think what I'll end up doing is providing a bit less build space in the main area for him. And as a result, we'll see... more of an incentive for the player who's here to grab a bit of oh, what's up, Gamator? Welcome. We'll have a little bit more incentive for the player who's sitting here to push out and take the base that's going to be to the south, which is more risky, but opens up more build space should they need it. So... the fuck? Well, apparently we also botched the height on this. Warcraft 2 was a better game than the sequel. Oh yeah. And it's not even close. The fuck? Holy moly. What a bug. I think we're just skipping to the next one, aren't that one? Holy shit. What an opener. Wonder how I managed that one. Well, fix that. I must not have felt like doing anything with these ones. Okay. Well, we've done that anyway. That's done. Well, the game is just slow. Way too slow. I don't see any value in the experience. Most you can argue is like, it will allow you to understand a different kind of gamer. Oh yeah, definitely. No getting around that one. But they were also experimenting, so... a little bit harder to fault them compared to some of the other people. Yeah, so you can speed the game up artificially. That'd be great. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, Blizzard had that habit of just outsourcing the expansion pack for their game. And they did it in Starcraft 1. They did it in Warcraft 2 as well. In fact, one of the few times they didn't was probably Warcraft 3, if I had to guess, based on the shitty quality of the writing. But who knows? I did so much like individual tile work in Photoshop to make some of this stuff blend together, and here I am about to undo most of that work and outmode most of those tiles. Life finds a way. I don't think pathfinding is the biggest issue in Starcraft, but if you wanted to talk about the faults of pathfinding and how they could be improved, yeah, I think units... There should be some sense of when units know that they just need to wait in a queue before being able to move, probably. But we're going to have to experiment with a lot of different systems for our own RTS in the future. Basically as ways to decide what feels the most intuitive. I mean, like, I think the reason why the queue idea is compelling is because it's exactly what you do as a player. You basically tell your units to stop moving until the other ones get up the ramp, and try to help the other ones get up the ramp faster. You know, you like select them in chunks to tell them to move in certain areas. That's exactly what this would do. In some ways, it would automate that kind of behavior. You would still be able to get more efficient pathfinding out of manually micromanaging them, but it wouldn't result in quite so many spinning moments, which I think would allow players to focus their micro skill and attention on more exciting things and more engaging things than making sure the AI of your units isn't breaking 24/7. I don't know about nerve-wracking. I just look at that as something that I know I've already accepted that I need to mess around with. Like I know that it's something that I've got to fix in that way or mess with. So. Well, I think the way that you can maintain that... really what you want to do is like, in general, this is a precept that I think helps when you're trying to figure out gameplay design or whatever. When I have a situation where I'm trying to intuit what a player would do in a certain situation, that usually helps me more than anything else. It's like the idea is I need to make a change to an existing way something is handled, right? I'm making a change based on what exactly? Based on what the player is trying to do, and what's stopping them from being able to do that, whatever that thing is. And so I think matching up your idea of preferring fluid unit movement to, or like just taking a concept, say pathfinding, and then saying, what do players do when pathfinding breaks down? Like, what are they trying to do that the pathfinding system is not allowing or facilitating? And usually the answer is they're trying to just move from point A to point B, but there's like a choke point or a ramp or a bridge, some area that constrains movement. Now, we don't want to remove those kinds of things entirely because they are actually pretty important for handling unit movement and mobility and all that. So, like, they're an important aspect of level design, so we don't want to remove them. That would be one way that we could get rid of that. We could just make every battlefield more open, but that's obviously just that you lose too much when you take that stance. So obviously that's not going to be what we're doing. However, what we do have access to is the ability to understand what players do when pathfinding breaks down, so that we can figure out how to make it less the player's responsibility and more the unit's responsibility themselves, the programming responsibility. And that's where we get to the point where we're deciding how much control or how much attention or responsibility to alleviate on the side of the player. We don't want to do too much because then the player doesn't have to work, and they don't have to do anything, right? And then it becomes very lackluster. All of the engagement slips away. All that stuff. Basically, you get Starcraft 2. So we don't want Starcraft 2. Nobody wants Starcraft 2. So what are we going to do instead? And that's where I think, you come up with the idea of putting together a system that will more or less replace the decision-making, or not replace it, but like augment the decision-making of the player. So I think having units realize there's a unit in front of me that's either in a queue themselves or already moving. They're at the front of the queue and they're moving. I'm going to wait in the queue until it's my turn to move. I'm going to move wherever possible in the direction of my destination. But if I can't move that direction and there's not a reasonably quick way to turn around and find another path to the direction, I'm going to stay where I am and wait. So it's sort of like a decision-making tree for pathfinding. I'd be like, if there's a faster way to get there than waiting in queue, then I'll turn around and go there. And if there isn't a faster way to get there than waiting in queue, then I'll wait in queue. And that basically means that Zealot's trying to get up this ramp, rather than spinning around to go this way to the left ramp or this way to the right ramp. If there's only one Zealot in front of them, they would say, oh, it's fine, I'll just wait for the Zealot to go, and then they'll move. Something like that, I think, would be better than what we have currently. And it wouldn't remove all benefits that you get from manually microing your units up a ramp, but it would make it so that the process is less painful. Well, when you tell me what reason that is, Connor, I may be able to do something. Can't believe that Russian guy is making a campaign out of a fanfiction. I don't know if there are any. I mean, I'm sure there's, like, obviously flocking and other shit is bad. I don't know the technical terms for any of that stuff, or even the conceptual terms for most of that stuff. So I can't really say. At this point, I'm thinking the biggest issue would probably come from trying to Hold on. I'm trying to figure something out. Yeah, that's fine. Besides Smart Relay and Smart Casting. I'm sure there's countless different things that we could come up with, but none of them are coming to my mind right now. All right. Well, I don't think it's a bug. I would assume it's an oversight, but it's more an oversight with how the Dragoon actually moves. So the Dragoon, in various points in its animation code, has code to move it different sizes of distance, like different amounts of pixels, basically. So it moves different amounts of units depending on which frame of its animation it is. This is meant to simulate the idea of like sort of how, you know how like Reavers sort of jerk forward in parts of their animation when they're moving? They don't move cleanly all at once in the same pace. It's meant to be something like that, where the Reaver's like trying to move as far as possible in one part of the animation. It's trying to move farther than in another part of the animation, which is why it's sort of like meant to simulate it crawling, basically. It does a pretty good job of simulating that kind of thing from a visual standpoint. The drawback is, if you have a bunch of Dragoons trying to path in the same direction, some of them are going to be at different parts of their animation when they try to move, which means some of them are going to be trying to move slowly, i.e. only a few pixels, and others are going to be trying to move like double that amount of pixels, or more pixels than that. And since one Dragoon in front of them only moves 3 pixels and the other one wants to move 5 pixels, it starts to calculate that it has to move 5 pixels for that animation. And it says, well, there's not 5 pixels of distance between me and the next Dragoon, so I'm going to have to path somewhere else, and that's why the Dragoon spins. And like it'll find a different path around another Dragoon. This is why mass Dragoons tend to have that problem. So I did 2 things to fix this. One of them was minorly reducing the collision size. Very, very minor. Not a huge change. That helps, but it's not enough to completely fix it. The other thing was I made it so that it moves the same amount of pixels at every frame of its animation, which sacrifices some of the visual thematics of the animation code being the way it is, but it vastly improves the unit's handling. And I did the same thing with the Goliath. The Goliath I don't think got shrunk in terms of its collision size, but the Goliath did get an improvement in terms of how fast it moves, or how many pixels it moves. So I ended up basically smoothing out the animation code for the Goliath and the Dragoon. I also did it for the Broodling, which has a similar problem. You may notice that Broodlings sort of start and stop. I don't know why Blizzard thought that was a good idea, but it has a very similar issues, and that means that, I mean, before it didn't matter because Broodlings were useless even if they could gap close or move faster or whatever. The reason why it's a problem in Hydra's game state is Broodlings actually have utility. When you research Ensnare, Broodlings cast it when they affect units that they cast or they attack. So if a Broodling attacks a Dragoon, the Dragoon will become ensnared when you have that ability upgraded. And when they die, they cast Ensnare on death, so they detonate, and it ensnares everything nearby. And so it's important to be able to position your broodlings in a certain way, and to understand that they are consistently going to move in the same way. They always moved consistently in that retarded fashion, but because of the same way that I was just describing, where if there's not enough space, they'll find a different path, it was much harder to keep track of, and much harder to intuit, based on what you were seeing on screen, where the broodling may go. So that's one of the reasons why I had to fix them up. The other one being the fact that they have all of that ensnare-related stuff. So it just makes the game a bit more consistent. It obviously does sacrifice a little bit of what makes those units unique, or what makes those units visually unique. I'm probably not going to change it for the Reaver, for example, because it's unlikely to happen given how slow the Reaver moves, and given how expensive Reavers are, it's unlikely to fuck with their pathfinding too much. So I don't think it'll be necessary to fix that up in the same way, but time will tell. Yeah, I mean, the new Hydra stuff is pretty expansive in terms of how many changes there are. I mean, this is the new game state document, right? If we go home, and then I mean, you can see on the right, you might be able to see on the right anyway, this is the scroll bar. It's a pretty big fucking document. I don't have anything hidden with a spoiler, but we're still going. We're not even to Zerg yet. There's Zerg. So, and this isn't even complete. There's still going to be some stuff that's yet to be done. But there's a lot, right? So, a lot of changes. Pretty much the only reason why there's any justification in revisiting the campaign maps is like, there's so many gameplay changes now that it's something that you kind of need to have a playground with which to experiment. Although many of those changes are not implemented yet, it's still pretty expansive. One of the things that I also wanted to do was make it so that there was more or less like just more tech, more customization options. And so you'd have the ability to basically have more than 3 tech tiers. So if you get the idea, is like tier 1 is Marine, Firebat, Medic. Tier 2 is like the factory and some early starport stuff like Rake Dropship. And then tier 3 is like battlecruisers and ghosts and nukes. While in Hydra, there's like 10 tiers of tech, or there is potential for me to eventually add enough stuff that there's that many tiers. The upgrades are no longer capped at tier 3 as well. They're capped at 10 now. So you can get up to 10 infantry armor upgrades, for example. That stuff may end up needing to be gated. I may end up reducing it to 5 or something, because when you think about it in the way that you have the option to upgrade that much, you turn in Marines into units that have 10 armor. It does seem a little strange. 3 armor is already pretty high for a Marine, right? But that's the kind of stuff that I would expect out of super late game shit, is that you're able to upgrade that much. So that is going to require some testing. I imagine the vast majority of games, be they multiplayer melee matches or their campaign matches, will never reach tier 10 in terms of upgrades because of how fast how difficult it is to get to that stage. But a lot of the changes that I've made have been pushing the game in a direction where it can support 2-hour, 3-hour long matches without things being exhausted. Like the resources regenerate, that makes so that every single area of the map that holds resources or holds a path to resources has increased value and persistent value. It's not going to go away. It may dip a little bit if it's mined out, but you know that, given 5-10 minutes, it'll be back in some state where you can easily take advantage of it. And so, a change like that is big enough by itself. But the other thing that is accomplished with this is you end up in a situation where now you can support having a lot of tech, because you have resources on the map forever, and so that supports a longer amount of time spent. If you can't kill your opponent and your opponent can't kill you, it's not like you're at a perceptive or permanent stalemate, because not only do you have resources for a long time, but you also have an option to tech into a bunch of different things that obviously didn't exist before. And that alone is enough to make it potentially more engaging, I think. So you'll have a situation where, you know, you could be an hour and a half into a match and not have gotten every unit upgrade or every new unit used or every ability researched. Like, there's still things that you might be able to do to tip the balance in your favor, to optimize or customize your army or something like that. So, like, I really like the idea that it can support really, really massive game times in terms of their length. And obviously we need bigger maps before that's a reality. We need maps that are like max map size and all this other junk if we want to see things evolve in that nature a bit more, or in that direction a bit more. But I don't know, it's interesting. We'll see what happens, I think. But it's going to take a while before all the tech is in, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of stuff is also experimental. Just like the upgrades being going all the way up to tier 10 is experimental. You've also got the idea of like hero play and across all races being so distinct, but being there at all, where you build a structure and you can train a hero from that structure and then upgrade them or equip them with new items or whatever. It's building it into the RTS mechanics. You're opting into that kind of playstyle. You're trying to see what you can do with it. Just like you're opting into some of the new units or the new upgrades or whatever. And so a lot of it is experimental. We're going to learn a lot about what works in an RTS and what works in Hydra, what works in Brood War, and be able to say, like, all right, this mechanic did or did not work in this context. Is that because of it doesn't work in RTS, or is it because I didn't execute on the concept well enough in this example? Like, I'm going to be able to go back to the drawing board and say, like, all right, what can I iterate on and make better and maybe make work in that sense? What's up, Nick? Well, Skircher. No idea if I said that. Let's see. How was I able to play Warlords Battlecry 2 on newer computers? Well, I had the old CDs, but I'm pretty sure I'm running off of an ISO now. I know I got GOG for the first one, but hold on, let me find my games folder. Yeah, it looks like I have an ISO for the second and third games, including a beta patch of 104 for Battlecry 2. And then I used a DX window to get it into windowed mode so that I could record it, but you shouldn't need to get it into windowed mode in order to make it happen or make it work. I'm pretty sure that's just what I did. Is I have these as ISOs and I mounted them and installed the games like normal. But I also have a virtual machine, so in theory that's what I would use now if I were going to redo it. I have a Windows XP virtual machine. Generating resources is one of the best ideas. Yeah, I mean they've changed so much just based on that. Like, imagine all those Melee games that go an hour and everything's mined out. How different would it be if they were generated in Melee?
This is the cyborg sound.
All right, I'm gonna take another quick BRB, get some more water, maybe a snack. See you in a sec. See, Connor has gone to bed. Good night. See you later. What did I guys leave you with? Some epic music. Alright. So I think a lot of the middle of the map was initially designed to be this like centerpiece, the citadel of the Praetor in this case, right? Like Antioch Temple or something. I like that it's big, but it lacks like architectural variety insofar as it doesn't really seem... It doesn't really seem like anything. I'll put it to you that way. And, yeah, sure, maybe I could make some custom doodads or something to pretty it up in its current state. But to me, it would be better, I think, if we just reworked it, you know, made a sizable temple area, similar to, like, this one or whatever, but obviously a little bit more, like, wider than it is long or something. Like, longer this way from bottom to up mid right than it is from bottom to mid left. And I think this can still be the natural. I'll add a gas there. But we'll probably move him closer to where Arak's current base is. And then we can reshape this area to be maybe like expand the raised jungle a little bit, put Arak on the raised jungle, have a natural down here where Arak's main currently is, and give some more open build space down here. It's basically like swapping the two locations over here in terms of resources. The only question then is, what do I want to do with the base for Artanis? I think he's probably going to wind up on the low ground as well, or there will be a small temple area over here. No, you can ask away. I'm able to multitask now that I've woken up a little bit more. Early, you should have seen me earlier in the stream. I was like trying to answer questions, then I was like, hold on, I can't talk. But I'm good now. So. Okay. That'll also leave us enough room to open up a lot of stuff over here too, which is nice. Like we can open up a lot more of the midsection of this map. I was not expecting it to need this much work, I will say that much, but holy moly. Does it need the work or what? Are we halfway through? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sort of. Figured it out. Oh, I guess I'll have to redo that. The culling. How do I make the tiles that are usually unbuildable, like temple? That's actually super easy, so I think I still have the pie tile open. This is my tile set editor program. It's very buggy and crashes a lot. But basically, these are the central tile groups for temple. Over here, there's a two flags. One of them controls whether or not you can place beacons on it. I'm not sure why there's a specialty hardcode flag for that. I usually don't mess with it. The other one, it controls whether you can build normally on it. Things are either buildable, creep, which means only creep can spread there, and then Zerg can build on it, but nothing else can. I don't think this is actually used anywhere, but I could be wrong. And then unbuildable, which is obviously just straight up unbuildable. So normally it's unbuildable, and I just set it to buildable. Like if we look at the ruins, that's unbuildable, whereas temple is now buildable. So that's super easy, thanks to our tools. I don't know how Blizzard initially set it up on their end with their tools. It's very likely we actually have better tools than what Blizzard had, which is, yeah, shocking. Because we don't have that great tools right now. But they were notorious. Blizzard South is notorious for having really terrible tools. I don't know about Blizzard North, but sure was epic to find that out. Oops. All right. The tile, all of the programs that start with py are written in Python by a gentleman named Poi Quirt, which is coincidentally, if you take the keyboard, the QWERTY keyboard, right, and you start at P and work your way backwards towards Q, halfway, and then you do QWERT. That's his name. I don't know what made him pick that name, but that's his name. And so I don't actually know what you're supposed to pronounce it like, but I pronounce it Poi Quirt. Because obviously people already say QWERTY. He doesn't really update the tools anymore, so most of the updates have been to make the tools actually usable. Like, he gave us a framework, but even though they're open source, which is great compared to most other things that we have in the scene, they are definitely lacking some serious features. I wonder why D&B has so many British rappers. I don't know if I'll ever have a good answer to that question. But. Yeah, I guess so. We got something going on here. We'll open up a little bit of the ruins, allow for a bit more build space. No, I said it reminded me of the Terran Beta theme. I can't even find the Terran Beta theme anymore. But that's what that was the idea anyways. Wait, what? Oh, did I never make a mirrored version of this? God damn it. Oh shit! Foxman 31337. Thanks for the sub, dude. Yeah, I vaguely recall a video a long time ago somebody sent me that had like beta gameplay and the beta music was over it. But it was really like, it was some really old school electronic shit. It was like it's like synthwave before synthwave existed, basically. It's pretty funny. Okay. Yeah, this looks much better already, I will say. Can't believe I never did a mirrored version of that, though.
So hold your ground and don't move. Removing fear, nothing to prove. Rise up against and obliterate the few. Stand and be counted. What you gonna do?
Yeah, let me know if you end up finding anything.
Hold your ground. Hold your ground.
I am glad that when people subscribe on YouTube, it just says checked me out on Ngram, which has no like. There's, if you didn't know that that was an inside joke, you'd be like, what the fuck? Why do you have something hooked up to your Instagram? Beats me, dude. If I knew, I'd tell you. Would be funny if I made Phoenix players have to, like, go up a ramp here to get their geyser. Just, oh yeah. There you go. But I will actually be adding a ramp over there, so I should probably get ready to do that. Hopefully you can build there. Okay. Yeah, it needs to be at least 3 tiles wide. SMH. Nice. Welcome back. Okay. So yeah, the main problem here that I'm seeing is actually okay. Well, this area, even though it's less temple overall, it actually does feel more reasonable. More thematic. This kind of annoys me, but I think it's the most functional that way. We got that going on. Okay, so I'm pretty sure at this point I need to templify this area. But let's do some work over here first. Yeah, so what I was doing is in Photoshop there's this function called layer masks. Basically on a layer, which is layers are just like image data, basically. It's like an image. And so on the layer, you can actually mask out or in certain things. So you basically selectively show and hide certain parts of that layer. So what I was doing is I would take the first layer at the top would be like the bridge. And it would have, it would be the bridge graphic extracted from the game. So it would have dirt, asphalt, bridge, water, that stuff. And so I would mask out whatever I don't want to show. And that would be painting it out. And everything, all the layers below it would show beneath the mask, basically. I was masking it out so things below that layer could show. So the first layer would be the bridge, the second layer would be water, or the third layer would be dirt, like high dirt, or the fourth layer would be a cliff, and I mask all of those out differently to show whatever I'm trying to show. Right, so as you can see, our very first layer here, well, our first two layers are not really anything. This is like black, just covering up stuff that I don't need. Now, this layer is actually a hidden layer. It's just a mask. That's in case I need to drag the mask over. And we've got bridge fill, which is just in the top right area, or top middle area over here. And then we've got our bridge layer. This bridge layer here, right, is just the bridge that I like, the basis for the bridge, right, the original bridge graphic. So if I turned the mask off, you would see some of the original stuff associated with it. You can't see it all because I've actually modified some of the base tile. So then we have depth, right? And then we have a base graphic that I grabbed from the editor itself. This is not really the easiest way to demonstrate this behavior, but everything that's red has been masked out, so this is stuff that's hidden from the layer itself. All this stuff is, like, everything that's in red, you can't see the graphic. Like, you can't see the original layer. It's been masked out. So that means that if I take this layer and I set my brush to some silly color, say pink. If I paint it over here, you're not going to see anything. Even though if I move this layer to the top, you'll see the pink there. The reason why you won't see it is because that is in an area where that hasn't been masked out. So if I paint it over here, though, you will see it. So all the masking does is it hides a layer from... Like, it basically hides a portion of that layer from the entire image, which means that anything below that layer will shine through, will appear through instead. So if there were no layers below this, you would just see a lot of transparency, right, if I hide all the other layers. So that's basically what happened there. So in cases where I was using dirt where there was no dirt, it was just that I had a layer that had dirt, and it was situated below whatever layer I was masking, so that when I masked out that layer, you would see dirt. You'd see dirt because the layer below it was dirt. So hopefully that explained it a little bit better than what I was doing before. No problem. Alright, so we've done all that. Messing around with all that stuff. find ourselves some ramps. They're going too far. There we go. Can't use that one very easily. So now we have makings of a better Arak location as well, I think. Good one. Forgot that breaks. Whatever they used for creep algorithm in not only in the editor but also in this, in the game in general, it's like nuts. Whatever it is. What a rush job. Oh, I know what happened here. Vaguely. I listen to the Undermined podcast every now and then, which I think that's what it's called. It's the one that the head of that tournament manages. But the AI script stuff that they use is through C++. It's like an emulated bot, basically. It's not a campaign AI. Ours is like heavily modified campaign AI, so the two are not really compatible per se. Theirs is capable of doing a lot more interesting things when it comes to micro, but it's never been implemented in a single player or co-op environment, and so it wasn't really fit for implementing in this kind of context. There's also a ton of other issues with trying to implement them outside of the very limited niche environment that they have put together. They're trying to rectify some of that now, but good luck to them is all I'll say. It seems like it was far from being anywhere close to ready for that sort of thing. Unfortunately. Not that I would want to necessarily move anyway at this point to something else. Alright. We've got a little bit of room over here. Really? Oh no, it's ARAQ. It's a Cerebrit in the original campaign. One of the two that is killed by Zeratul in the penultimate Protoss vanilla mission. I think he's only actually mentioned in the manual, as of course he has no speaking part, just like Gorn. But I use them in Consummate. No. I probably should have, though. Unfortunately, the only thing it really did was score me brownie points with some of the, whatever you'd call it, like the die-hard fanboys of Brood War. Which is not really the kind of character I'd like to persuade over to my side necessarily anyway. I mean, especially since most of those people are looking for, like, lore accuracy. And I myself don't find Blizzard's story writing to be that great anyway, so I'm not going to bother with lore accuracy. What's up, Alexander? How are you? Scroll up until I find my one tile. Well, this map is looking so much better than it was, man. Definitely a big fan of how it turned out by comparison. What a collapse of all musical tension. Bunch of dummies. Yeah, I like when he just started throwing those quotes out there like a lunatic. It's pretty insane. Can't believe this game didn't ship with inner corners for this stuff. That's absurd. Yeah. No kidding. Ah, what's up? How are you, ED Commander U? Oh wait, I fucked that up. I would say this map is coming along nicely. course, we still need to do the bottom half of it, but... Progress.
The idea that the dead remain with us in spirit is an ancient one. Unexplained light, noise, phenomena, a subconscious fear, a feeling or sense of unexplained presence that waits in the darkness. I don't believe in ghosts. I'm not afraid of your ghosts. Are they spirits of the dead? Once on their way to the other side, to feel
Wait, what? Whatever. This mix has really gone places. That was a good one. I definitely wasn't expecting him to just scream fuck at the end. Holy shit. Something I would put in a song as a joke. Oh, fuck. Indeed. What a mess. What? Speaking of fuck. All right. Who did this? What a disaster. Wowie. Alright, that's fixed. Now what? Yeah, that seems better. Certainly more open. Some more open build space there. If I do decide to put a ramp here, which I'm certainly heavily considering. You actually. I think there's still enough room around there, so that's probably fine. Oh, this is where the fuck up was. Why didn't I just fix it then? Why, past self? Why? Something I find pretty much without exception is I'm always less lazy than I used to be. Which is pretty funny. Oh, I see what happened here. I just haven't shrunk this one in yet. I'm sure I have some blend somewhere that will fill that in later. Maybe I did do that other blend that I was talking about earlier. Looks like I did one for Hydra anyway. But I remember doing it for... Ah, here we go. Found it. I didn't do it for Jungle, of course. Which is the one I needed it for. Unless it's somewhere else over here. Doesn't look like it. Oh well. Just smack me in the face. What the fuck? You got me there, man. Alright, I really don't know what happened here. Oh. I knew we would figure it out eventually. Nice. That sort of works. Wait, what? I am so confused. What did I do? Oh, that's an end piece. No wonder it wasn't working. Oh, whatever. Fix that later. Is it still P? I suppose I could. One of the things that I wanted to keep reasonable, I wanted to make it so that things like rally, for example, were always the same hotkey, no matter what structure you were on, and that they were never used for anything else. They're completely unique, but I guess that is kind of unrealistic. So as long as no morphing units are going to use those keys that you suggested, or any other key, like as long as I pick a key that's not going to be used for like when a Mutalisk morphs to a Guardian or something like that, I think it should be fine. I guess P is a really asinine key. Eventually we'll have key remapping, but I keep saying that anytime somebody brings up this stuff. And it still hasn't happened, so. Maybe that is just a trade-off you take for the space. That the gas is placed in a very vulnerable area. I guess that adds some value to taking this area at all, now that I think about it. So that should be fine. Well, we definitely need to rework the bottom section. I still would like to rework this area a little bit as well over here. I'll probably rework this to be temple. I think a nice little garden in here with a small bit of temple to break up the, similar to what this does, it just breaks up the height value. Should be good. I still can't believe I did that thing for the like this blend right here that's missing. I did a blend for that for everything but jungle. At least I can't find the jungle one. That's pretty crazy to me. Would this make more sense this way? Like alignment wise. Hard to tell. No, I don't think so. Oh, maybe. Maybe that is right. Move the gas up a little bit. Just a touch. Wonder why it says P6 instead of P7. I guess it was just a fuck up on my part, judging by the fact that well, just by the fact that all that stuff was fucked up the way it was. Trying to get this interview right. I'll just reuse the same locations for those. Clean up the locations around here. We're good. Okay. Cool. No. I actually haven't heard from Dynamo today, but I'm also not feeling that great. I may decide to... I decide to fuck off. But I may decide to do an unstreamed set of playtesting later on if I'm feeling better. We'll see. That is going to do it for the stream today. We will be back to work on this map some more. And I should be able to finish it up in time for at least a multiplayer test sometime tomorrow. But at the very least by the end of this coming week where we do Fraud Night. I'm thinking for sure I need to fix up the bottom right area. Just the bottom strip in general should probably be assessed. And this area over here to the left of Phoenix and to the south of Daggett should be assessed. And I may have some more alterations to make to the areas of the map that I already made alterations to. Including moving some of the bases around, but we'll see on that one. So. Thanks for hanging, everyone. And yeah, probably no FPS stream today based on how I'm feeling. If I miraculously get better in the next hour or so, we may change that plan. Bye.